Hello everyone. Alright, first of all I want to apologise because I've realised I messed up on the music. Mainly for the fact that the music was playing over and over again because I left it on loop from, I think it was the music from Myth of Fallen Lords. And the problem with Myth of Fallen Lords is the music is so small, it goes through the entire thing quite quickly, so I completely forgot to turn that off. Hello there, Photon. So yes, good to get back into Amiga Monday after a couple of, I think at least one or two where I couldn't actually run it because I was busy. But it seems to be quiet today, so that's good. Today we have the usual Amiga format CD14. We're on the CD section. Got some demo scene, and we've got Deuteros. Also, there's a new channel point redeem, and it's me playing Archipelago for 30 minutes. I came up with the idea because I'd recently the Nagroom was asking for submissions, so I suggested Archipelago. It's one of my favourite games, and then an idea clicked into my head, which was, it's like the thing with the Archipelago, as somebody already said, was on the stream anyway, was it's something like 9,999 levels. So I thought it might be an idea to basically use it as a redeem, so that I can kind of get through the game in a different way, and it also breaks up the stream a bit, so it also gives you something to redeem as well. I did think it was a bit derivative of somebody else's idea, which that's the problem with coming up with channel points, is you're probably going to wind up stealing from somebody else's idea at some point, which is something I didn't really want to do, but happens, I suppose, because I thought, that'd be a really good idea, and then I remembered that Dr. CDCS actually had something similar where he goes and plays, or he did go and play Christmas edition of Skyroads. But the difference between both of these is Skyroads have got like, I think 12 levels or something. It might be 20 odd levels. But they're very tough levels anyway, so I can see why that's a thing. It's an unusual early Amiga game, yeah. Another is Whirligig. I've not seen that one. Let me just have a quick look at Whirligig. Very 3D looking. Mike Singleton. Yeah. Have a look at that. At some point, score on an Amiga is 3.47, so it's an average one. Tags fly about multi-directional shooter top-down 3D genre. Don't think we came across this when I was doing the 3D stuff. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to have a look at that at some point. Actually, I do have a box of Archipelago, but it's not for the Amiga. It's actually for the Atari ST. So put this on. So that is a box of Archipelago for the Atari ST. Although when I first got it, I thought it was for the STE, but no, that's the back of it there. And inside here, I've had this for a while, to be honest. My only other Atari ST game I've had this dusty copy of Adam's Family here. So you go, that is Archipelago disc and manual. I think it's mostly black and white. Gives me controls and stuff, so it kind of sets out like this. A bit like a Mega Drive kind of booklet. And it's got this weird sort of foam in here. Don't know why that's in there. I'm not used to that sort of thing being in there. Maybe it's to protect the disc, perhaps. Or maybe it's to stop it from banging around after thinking about it. So there you go. Some of the other game ideas are pretty wild, big spread. Yeah, there's things like what was the other one that I played when we had the ST on the Mister? So I think someone suggested it. Was it Ballistics? I think it was. That was an unusual one. The one where you used balls to push balls up a screen. I think it was. It was almost like a football style game, but it was like a cross between football and table football. Cross between table football and perhaps pinball, maybe. I'm guessing that one was. Yeah, that was an unusual one. Probably won't need the joystick actually. There's also another similar in perspective to Archipelago. Move stuff around like on a board and there's elevators of some kind. I'm not sure I know that one. Nothing's coming to mind anyway. Yeah, I remember the Sentinel. So the first time I'd ever played a Sentinel was when the remake came on the PC back in the 90s, I think the late 90s. And that's when I came across that one. I think it came with, or at least, did it come with the original game? Can't remember if it did. Oh, whilst I remember as well, thank you to Prince Martyr for the follow. So we're in the seriously Amiga section. We've gone pretty much through all this now. So we're on CD-ROM, which there's only 2 of. We have Mega CD. That can't be about the Mega Drive, can it? Mega CD Tools, thank God. Mega CD Tools were born to let me index and explore my CDs through an easy to use Amiga guide interface. Got the idea from Aminet CDs, but then I've had other inspirations together with my great friend Maxime. And so I've transformed a simple tool into a new fast, great core file manager to easily create indexes and explore CDs and HDs, but also other volumes or just specific directories. So that's that mini scare out the way. I say that, I mean, we did actually see, I think on the last CD or a CD before, or was it this one? I can't remember which. There was the PlayStation CD Explorer where you could actually go and kind of nosy through. And we did see that working. That was an interesting one. What was that sound from? Sounds like an Inuit or a Sami song. I don't know what sound you mean. Oh, it's for Age of Empires. It's what the priests use to convert when they're trying to convert other people. So for enemy to your side, they will just can't keep doing that. That's their chant, as it were. Maybe we should use that tool to index the other CD. I don't think that'd work, to be honest. Next CD tool. What's this one? Is this another? Simple utility to control NEC SCSI CD-ROMs. Some of the NEC CD-ROMs have a SCSI interface as opposed to most other manufacturers which have SCSI 2 interfaces, so it's SCSI 1 against SCSI 2. Therefore, most or all CD-ROM utilities written to use 2 commands and have no or strange effects on NEC drives. Search long and hard for any program that can a couple of simple tasks such as ejecting the CD drive, playing music tracks, and so on. The only program I found so far is Jukebox by Franz Joseph Reichert, is that? However, although it's a great program, it wasn't what I wanted. Simple utility to quickly do these tasks. Decided to write a utility, and here it is. Okay, fair enough. So, CD tools for your NEC. The graphics card section. ISIS, not the TV or the terrorist group. MPEG player for Amiga computers. ISIS is a light version of Osiris, but instead of using the internal MPEG routines, ISIS takes full advantage of the CGX MPG library. Uses of the video overlay in combination with Cybervision 64 3D. So I think this was one of the video cards you could get for the Amiga, which was, I think it was for the Zorro slots. Because I think that was the only way you could get hold of one of those. I don't know if there was an external one, but it probably wasn't. machine. Probably because I don't have the Cyber card. So Cyber AVI. Fast AVI animation player for O2O machines with Amiga OS 3 or higher and a graphic board with CyberGrafx or AGA. Background. The main reason why Cyber AVI was developed was because all existing animation players for AVI files were either far too slow or didn't support my graphic board in the way that I wanted, or ports of Xanim, which we've seen on this before, supported only very few file formats and were optimized for the original Amiga graphic chipset. So I plan to write such a piece of software myself because I own a Cyberversion 64 graphic board. It was so easy to support different file types with display depth of anything greater than 8 bits. It was developed in an A4000 with an 030, 25 megahertz, now equipped with a Cyberstorm, or is that Storm or Strong? Mark II at 060 at 50 megahertz. Amiga OS 3.1, 2 meg of chip RAM, 16 fast lane Z3 SCSI host, disk capacity about 1.3 gig. Wow. Cyberversion 64 with 4 mega graphic memory, Philips 17B 17-inch monitor. I'm quite impressed with this. Is that because... Oh, wait a minute. For some reason I thought this was the CD one. It's not. I'm guessing this is a SCSI hard drive, which would make sense for 1.3 gig. That's the problem when you've been looking at... you look at the previous folder when it's a CD, suddenly my brain went, oh, it's a CD thing, but it's not up with the hard drive. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. No point in running it because it'll probably break. Cyber QT, I'm guessing this is QuickTime. QuickTime player for the same thing. Main reason was because not pleased with existing programs, although Marcus Comsted's program QT works very well with graphics boards and CyberGrafx. It has some big disadvantages. Before playback, the whole animation is decoded. By this, a very precise timing during playback is archived, but the animation must completely fit in your machine's memory. Therefore, the maximum size animations is limited by the frame memory. Additionally, it takes quite a long time to decode an animation with just 10 meg size, even with an 060. So I began to program CyberQT. Development up to now, version 1, took 2 weeks. This because I could reuse parts of Cyber AVI. And because Apple provides very good QuickTime file format specification. I wish I had something similar from Microsoft while developing Cyber AVI. It's got the same specs as last time. Okay, that's interesting. Cyber Update 2.2.4. Guessing this is drivers. Yeah, monitor drivers. CyberGraph X allows using 15, 16, 24 screens independent of the used color model. You are able to use the CyberGrafx library functions to modify the screens. There are versions for 64 3D, 64, Domino, Picasso 2, Picasso 2 Plus, Spectrum, Piccolo, Retina, DA 2410 and Draco Altaeus. I'm guessing this would be around... I'm guessing this would be the equivalent of something like a Voodoo, or what would have been a Voodoo at the time, Because if this is 97, I know Matrox was out by then. The Mystique card was definitely out by that point. It's probably not the same, but it's the same idea, I think. In fact, I just want to double check something. Cyber Vision 3D. It's an RTG graphics card. S3 Verge PCI bus. As far as I remember, S3 Verge was kind of okay back in those days. It wasn't an amazing. I think I'm thinking the right one. I think on the PC wasn't seen as the most amazing things ever. I suppose it would be a bit different on the Amiga because you don't really have much in the way of competition. Possibly. No 023 auto sensing, so I guess it's also like plug and play. HD15 connector. CyberGraphics 3 for Picasso 96 drivers, supported by Linux and NetBSD. So I'm just going to put this in chat. It's from the Amiga hardware database. Graffiti. Support library for a graffiti video card. This card allows you to create chunky displays with 256 colours in resolutions of 80 by 256, 80 by 512. It's not very big 80, is it? It's kind of like sort of thin and long, isn't it? 160 by 256, 165 by 512, 320 by 256, which is getting into PC minimum, well, gaming minimum, let's say. An AGA only 640 by 256 or 512. Because I don't think it got less than 320 on things like Quake and Doom, but I could be wrong. This library contains code in plain C to init the card and render some fancy graphics to it. The library has the following features: 24-bit color model primitives, lines, rectangles, hollow and filled, ellipses, hollow and filled and rotated, text with alpha channel, powerful filtering concept, unfinished yet, primitive 3D routines, single, double, and multi-buffering, highly optimized rendering, source included. Okay. MUI Prep, sorry. Preferences editor for the CyberGraphics version 3. So that'll be your sort of preference for your drivers, I'm assuming. Picasso 96 emulation library. Emulation does not run on the CyberVision 3D though. I mailed to the programmers of a Picasso 96. I heard there will probably never be a Picasso 96 support for the CyberVision 3D. Problem was that the Phase 5 did not lend those guys a CV 3D board for 2 weeks. They would need a board for 2 weeks to support it with P96, so there won't be a P96. Well, that's interesting because the link that I've just given you is the Phase 5. Oh, sorry, the Phase 5. Sorry, Phase 5 is a manufacturer. But it does have, so it must have had it at some point. This is probably early on then. During much of the graphics card era, I think I had a VGA PC in 95. that could do 320 by 200 256 colors up to 800 by 624 bit, but it was very slow. So I don't know if you've been on my channel recently, picked a photo and bought this here. You probably already see it. Well, I'm just trying to finger my way to the right button. This is my Voodoo 3 that isn't working. This has come up from my 97 PC. PC spec, the one I've been talking about for a while, that I finally brought back, is this. And it's now a working machine. Well, it is a working machine, but it's my working streaming machine. You get to see that on Tuesdays when I do Excel Escape from the Pit. So currently it's got the CT6700 NVIDIA Reaver. That should be Reaver, not Rive. I'll get that changed later. As a kind of opposite, not opposite, as a kind of alternative until they get the 3D disc working again. The only thing that's issue with this is that it's got streaks down the screen, and I've checked it in both BIOS and Windows mode, and it's still pretty bad in Windows mode. It's highly suspect that the VRAM's gone on one of them or two of them, so that's all that needs changing really. Other than that, the card works. So it's a bit of a disappointment because it's been a long time since I've used that card. So it was really nice to kind of go back and go, oh look, here's 3D FX, and now I can't kind of use it. So yeah. Voodoo 3 is typically the first gaming card, I guess. Was there a 3DFX? 3DFX was the company that made those. Because the first Voodoo and the second Voodoo. First Voodoo, I think the second Voodoo had pass-through. There was the Banshee and the... There was another one, similar called Banshee, and I think that was the first one. It was a proper card. It wasn't a pass-through. I'm sure Voodoo 2s were still a pass-through. Let me just double check. As somebody in chat wants to say. No, Voodoo 2 does have a VGA port, so it does look like it's a proper card. I think. So it might have just been the Voodoo 1. There was a pass-through. What were the other ones? Rush was the other one. So in August 97, 3DFX released a Voodoo Rush chipset combining the Voodoo chip with a 2D chip that lay on the same circuit board, eliminating the need for a separate VGA card. Most cards were built in an Alliance. Most cards were built with an Alliance semiconductor, AT25, AT3D 2D component, but there was some built with a Mactronics chip. Macronics chip, sorry, and there were initial plans to partner with Trident, but no such boards were ever marketed. So it was the Rush, it was the first one that was integrated. That was right. And Banshee, I think, was between Voodoo 2 and Voodoo 3. By 2002, I had a GeForce TI-500 with a whopping 64 meg video RAM. That supported 1600 by 1200, I think. High refresh rates even in 1280 by 800. So after the Voodoo 3, I got given a... With my first housemates, I got given a think it was an ATI 700 series, one of the early ones from back in those days, and I've stayed with ATI ever since then. So I've had a couple of 700s. I think it was a 700 HD version, wasn't it? Currently, I've got a RX. What's I've got? RX something or other. It was a 570, but I had to upgrade. Oh, that was it. It's a 6550 XT, and I had to upgrade that because it wouldn't connect to the VR unit, and it was doing fine actually. And then I think someone had upgraded the drivers, maybe, and then possibly ATI had stopped supporting the pass through, so I had to go and upgrade to a 6550, and it seems to be fine after that. But yeah. Have I ever had a GeForce? Yes. So the Alienware laptop that I've got has got a dual graphics card. It's got Intel when it's not doing anything graphic intensive, and it's got a GeForce, I think, when it does do something graphic intensive. So it kind of swaps between the two. You're supposed to have a system that does it. But yeah, that's I think that's the only time I've had a GeForce, apart from the Reaver, which is down here actually. Sorry, Reaver's not too bad. I'm not quite sure how well it was supported back then, but yeah. Right, Picasso 96. These are all the drivers for that. PPM modules. PPM modules expand Opal Paint and Opal utilities with the ability to load and, if possible, save in PPM format. Obviously, you'll need Opal Vision and install software to use them. What on earth is this? Opal Paint. It's back on the Amiga hardware database. Oh. It's another card. It's got Genlock and frame buffer on Opal Vision. 1.5 meg display RAM. DB23 RGB connector. Yeah, looks quite a lot into this. Optional Opal Vision video suite. Optional Opal Vision scan rate converter. It's got an optional video processor and roaster chip, is that? Opal Paint features rival those of broadcast industry paint systems, 424-bit real-world artist tools, texture mapping, extensive image processing modes, color and transparency gradients, multiple work modes, nozzle brushes, special effects, and much more. So this is a proper kind of production card for the Amiga 82000, 3000, and 4000. Stick this in chat. This is when it all happened with the graphics cards, big leaps at the late 90s. Yeah, definitely. So there you go. That's the Opal Vision in chat for you all to have a look at. Proper serious workman's kind of quote workman's sort of card. Ones you'd use in production by loads of things. QRT modules for the Opal Paint again for QRT format, and RTG Master. It's part of the new RTG Master release. It's a library system to make graphics board compatible game coding easy. It supports direct access to the video RAM. Some effort to the code even runs on ECS AGA through C2P. Supports nearly all Workbench emulations and much more. What's changed since the last version upgraded the package completely and fixed bugs throughout buggy demos at release and added texture mapping demo using RTG Master. We wrote the complete documentation and we wrote up to now the very buggy installer from scratch. Okay. That's graphics card done. King of Karate, Paul. Did I miss something? Oh, I see. Driver installation discs. Just having a quick look at the adverts. As you can see that on the bottom right. Just have a quick look at King of Karate. Amiga.org forum, King of Karate, world first 24-bit game. There's some photos, which you can't see because it's behind a forum. No, it's because most games didn't get an RPG. Well, we're gonna watch it now because someone's put the video out. This came out in 2009, apparently, 16 years ago. So let me go and get you a window. Find one. There we go. Hopefully they can hear this.
Eine scheiß Taktik, ne? Das ist groß auf dem Video. Lass mich mal.
I mean, it looks quite nice, the graphically, but a bit cheap if you can do that. Found a cheese move, yeah. you go. So that was King of Karate from that card as well, that's the RTG, isn't it? So I'm not sure. I just heard the voices in a bit. You just saw what I saw. I played Mazazam? Is that Maze twice flipped? It is, isn't it? For Amiga April. There's a resolution selected. Maybe puzzle games did better in this regard. I don't know. This screen is about as far as I've ever got with an Amiga, because I used it with the the big because Amigas didn't have a RF port, and it had to have that big chunky thing on the A500s to put in the back for the RF signal. So I've used it through that, and I think it wasn't until recently when I got these was the first time I'd used composite. That was in the early days of Amiga Monday. Then we moved on to SCART to not RTG, need to get that right. RGB to SCART, and now at the moment we're doing RGB to VGA, and that's about as clean as I've got the screen so far. So I've never gone past anything other than that. Other than one thing I have found good about this particular setup, the RB, so easy to say RTG, RGB to VGA, is it handles the higher resolutions. So remember, it used to flicker. It doesn't do that anymore because I've got the double screen, works perfectly fine now, which is great. It's really good. So I'm quite happy with this setup, because at the moment it's going through the OSSC, and it's the first time on my OSSC I'm actually using the audio cable, because the thing is with the cables for the RGB to SCART, there was also two cables where the RGB was to go to the audio, so they'd all feed through and go through to the SCART. But this time I've only got graphics to graphics, so I've had to kind of use a 2-to-1 audio cable. Just take it out a second. 2 to one of those. And it's just going into the OSSC and then back out through the HDMI, I think. Right, hardware A20040. What's this? This module for the AIBB created version 6.5 shows the performance of my A2000 fitted with the Blizzard 040 ERC 40 MHz accelerator with 8 megs of 32-bit fast RAM. This module can be used to compare the performance of your Amiga to mine. There's also a system info readout. Okay. Do I just run this? Or does this go into the system info thing? Oh, I see, okay. I don't have that benchmark program, I don't think. I've only got system info. I'm pretty sure that's the case. RTGs for big box Amiga. My buddy loves them. I actually have an 84000D, but I still don't have an RTG card for it. I bet that's going to take you a while to find one. Because I bet they're not easy to find, and if they are, I bet they're quite expensive now. HI. Collection of updates from the HI page. And they used the word API back in those days. It's amazing how some of the stuff we're using now, I didn't really hear about back in those days. I don't know whether it's just because it was on Amiga or sort of thing. So when we'd seen a lot of cryptography stuff a couple of discs ago, and we've only been talking massive about, as far as I know of, cryptography now. I mean, I'd heard about it from when I used to live with a couple of students when they were in university. I was going to say high school, but no, when they were in university back in 2000s. But that was an academic side. And then when I was in, I think I didn't really hear much about the whole cybersecurity thing up until recently. Um, I think not until Google was pushing HTTPS. Other than that, it wasn't really much talked about, or not that I've heard of anyway. And now I'm seeing words like API, which I think we did use, but it wasn't as extensive as we use them now. Because I vaguely remember it back then, but it wasn't. Sorry, wasn't such a big thing, as far as I'm aware. Again, please, someone in chat, let me know if I'm talking rubbish. I'm pretty sure that was the case. A real-time sampler kaleidoscope, full version. Not for epilepsy users. It's written Amos. Color Junkie program. Version will run continuously without stopping and has 3 times the amount of patterns of palettes the original demo. Need a standard 8-bit sound sampler plugged into a parallel port. And hopefully the spinning graphics will react to whatever music you feed to it. You may find that the graphics spin too fast in an 030 or faster processors. Just hold the minus key down until it slows down. It's programmed on an A2000 HC68000 at 28 MHz, just slightly faster than the standard A1200. Next version will have more speed control. Personally, I like sticking the Chemical Brothers Carl Cox or Reactivate 10 into my internal CD-ROM and outputting the picture onto my 20-inch TV. Also works with ambient music like Orbital, The Orb, Biosphere, etc. It's a one-off program that grew from me wanting to write a program. It's a great spiral. I doubt that there will be many more like this, except Color Junkie 2, which I'm working on. You've got a quick button there. Don't know if this will run off without anything going in. Wow, that's just minusing it. Apologies if this is a bit too headache inducing. I can't get it slower. This one I've got to So yeah, I can't get it slower, but that's basically what you got. Apologies for that. There you go, that's Colour Junkie. Feel free to have a look at it and see if you can get it to do other things. That'd be interesting to see what it does with different bits of music. But this machine is just too fast for it, I think. IR Slave. Control your Amiga with a remote control. Control your Amiga without touching it. Special hardware is connected to the joystick port and is watching the IR signals you learned before. Okay. New 8 and 1. Replaces the serial device. Replacement driver for the standard serial device, originally based on the version 34 serial device, has been redesigned and enhanced. Includes source. When version 34 serial.device showed up on Aminet, I was excited because all I ever used was 8 and 1 and RTS, CTS, that was it. I didn't need parity or X on X off or breaks that thought that if the device didn't have to worry about all that, then it would be faster. Well, I used it for a while, but every now and then it would cause gurus, so I went back to the Artser device and forgot about it. Until a little while ago when I found out that I would be getting a slip connection to the internet. When I wanted something faster than the Artser device and with less overhead, so I went to debugging the version 34 serial device and wound up rewriting the whole thing. The end result is minimal service serial device replacement that tries to keep system overhead at a reasonable level. And I started coding this because I wanted the original 8 and 1 device crash my system. Oh, because the original one crashed your system. Sometimes I wanted it to make it faster. Yeah, last time I saw the slip was on Linux. It was slick/ppp when you had the original old school USB modems. When you got a internet service back in the day. I remember somebody had it through their Linux box, and then it would network out from there. It's supposed to be music visualizer, but you needed to play it with music to buy the sampler. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what. Did I not say that? I think, yeah. Somebody else, that's what I'm saying. Somebody else used it, but put music through it, because that's what it was saying. Did I not say that? I am wondering whether the music inside it influences different sort of spirals. I'm guessing that's what it's doing. Or have I got that wrong? You need to supply it with music, but that's what I thought it did. Give me a sec. Yeah, spinning graphics will react to whatever music you feed into it. There you go. That's what I was talking about. That part. New hack disk. No, you're not wrong. It could be affected by music to make your own part. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. The thing is I don't know, because I got an internal CD drive. So I don't know if it would work with the internal CD drive. But on the other hand, this is going on YouTube, so I don't really want to be giving music on there and having YouTube whinging. So I might try it off stream, to be honest. What we got? We got ads in 2 minutes. Okay. Hat disk. Complete track disk device replacement, although note that the support code for 5.25 inch drives has not been tested. Support for 150 RPM drives is the new for version 2. Works with any version of Kickstart. Tested with 1.3, 204, 3 and 3.1. Oh, speaking of which, when I was on Nag Graham's stream, I tuned in just as he was playing Virtual Cart, I think it was, which we've seen on this channel. It wouldn't work properly on this machine, but it would work better on the stock 1200. And was it on that stream that he was talking about a game whereby it would only run if you had version 1.1 of Amiga OS, which I'd never heard of before? It was one of the really older games. I can't remember which game it was. But, so usually that one's the unusual one. Was it that one or is it 1.2 that's the unusual one? I think it's this one that's the unusual, but I'd never heard of 1.1. I can't remember which game it was that he did. So anyway, better version of track device. Prelude AHI. The Prelude sound card. Successfully been tested with Play 16, AHI recorder, Shapeshifter, Hippo player, and Deli tracker. Is that the Amiga thing? I'm sure it is. Right, we've got about 30 seconds before we hit into the break, so I'm going to go and have a look for this card and I'll put it in chat, but I will see you after the adverts. Right, back again. I just want to double check the sound on PC because it just feels really odd that it's not hitting into the peak. I've not done any. Did I do any calls this weekend? I think I did. Just double check something. Nope, we're on 95. It's a bit fine. Okay. Sorry if you can't hear much, but you should be fine, I think, on the volume levels. Anyway, RD prep. Hopefully you're fine on the volume levels. Microbotics rigid disc block preparation. There's all the permissions and things. Something about scuzzes. Can be used to partition ID hard drives on Amiga without any hardware present. Yeah, I don't think we're only running this. So it looks like some sort of prepping tool for that sort of thing. Scan center. HP scan program, SCSI only. Run scanners from HP up until 4P. Requires movie from Stefan Stunts. Interestingly, I have a HP. I think it's a Scanjet, but obviously this will be too new for that. I did test a sound card on my A4000. It was basically a multimedia PC MIDI card with MIDI ports. I think it could play a buffer too, but what if AGA came up with an 8-channel 16-bit Paula, would have been a proper competitor and its own thing, instead of fixed sample rates and just playing merging formats? Does it not have a I thought Amiga has a specific chip for audio, or is it kind of like a mixed bag of I/O? Is that how it is? I can't remember now. Yeah, Paul's just an audio and I/O controller. Okay, yeah, that would have been interesting, but I suppose that might have been the next thing along for if they'd carried on. Did had a lot of ideas. It would have been also interesting to see, because I've been reading that the Amiga book by David Pleasance, the first one, where they were talking about at one point when they'd done the CD TV, they were planning on a cost reduced version. I think they'd got, I don't know if they got prototypes out for it, but they got close to the idea of one. And the idea was to say to colleges and things, like, just take the CDTV players for education, and they would make the cost reduced version, put that as a consumer outfit, because then they were hoping that people had seen this in education would want to buy the DCR version instead. But the MD at the time, is it Mehdi Ali, was just like, nah, we're not doing that. Which I think might have been an interesting idea for them to do. Because we might have actually seen CDTV a bit more in production, but it would have been interesting to see how things would have differed after that, you know. Yeah, well, all went stale when it went from dynamic chips to just streaming buffers files. Not one of those what if guys, really, but would be nice if there was at least some card with you. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Next, so we've got Scan Center, Scan Tech, I'm assuming program for the HP thing. Microtech, high screen, and Moose Tech flatbed scanner. It's just a general. Oh, it's scanner driver for the Scan Tech. Yeah, okay. Support for SCSI, Microtech, high screen. Yeah, fair enough. So that's what that is. Scan tracks. In German, I think. Nice to include the image of what the scanner thing looks like. Scan program, sorry. There you go. Speaking of, I think there's a modern card for Amiga that will accept a bunch of SID chips for like 8 or 16. Scanner driver, for shell, preview, cell test, cell. Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, it's nice to have a screenshot of that if you can't see the program. It's always good to be able to see that sort of thing. STFX. Assuming this will be a fax program. But it all began almost a year ago for the first time when I needed to send a fax. Well, I said I've got a fax problem. I can send it from. Oh, I've got a fax modem, sorry, I can send it from home. Fortunately, I had no fax software. The ones provided for the modem were just for MS-DOS and Windows as usual. So I started looking around for fax programs for my Amiga. There were only 2 commercial packages, but as I'm almost always out of money, I thought it was a good idea to look into the shareware before. I did, but with no luck. I just saw a couple of programs, one worse than the other. So as I sat down and began to type, I tried to put in STFX all the functions I think I would need, like nice, handy user interface, phone book, scheduler, reports, air export, data type support for image conversion, online help, printer driver to redirect all printouts to a fax file, and so on. Nice. Speaking of lacking of fax, I was watching Zodiac on the weekend. So it was the David Fincher film about the Zodiac killer. And at that time, all the police they had their own jurisdictions and nobody really talked to each other. So when it came to a serial killer crossing lines, Ted Bundy was known for doing this as well. I think they could basically continue their killings, and it would be almost like fresh start because they've not done anything in that new state area, so the police had nothing to go on, and it was kind of rare for them to kind of talk to each other. Um, so in the bit in the film, one of the guys is like, "Yeah, I want some information from you. Could you send it over?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll send it over by fax." And both um, police officers did not have any fax, so he had to kind of send by post instead. And I think it took. There was one serial killer. I think they ended up starting to work together on things like cross-state support. And it wasn't until that point, but was it Ted Bundy? Was that? I can't remember. But so yeah, Zodiac was a good film actually. Quite enjoyed that. Assess Inspector. So this will be checking your system. Quite a few system monitors are available on Aminet. Unfortunately, you'll suffer at least in one of these areas. They're old and outdated, not supported in a OS3 feature like memory handlers, buggy or unstable. They have lousy GUI, sometimes not even fully font sensitive or looking plainly ugly under modern system configs. One lacks a feature only available in the other, and vice versa. Don't come with an English documentation. So you're pretty much left on your own whilst using it, and considering how easy it is to crash your system when misusing a system monitor often leads to disaster. So the Sys Inspector, main goals of developing where it provides something stable. While making it quite powerful and handy for the advanced developer, still keep it simple enough for the casual user who would only want to change a task priority or close the window left open by a crashed program. Some features are best fit to another tool such as HD Toolbox or usual debugger than a system monitor. Make it useful. Alright, let's see if I can break the system, if it runs. It's picked up the U3O. Interesting, it's picked up the Amiga, so I'm guessing it just looks for the number. That's what I wanted. That's not bad. Nice and simple. Basically, you and Graham are my guys to what came along for Amiga in the mid-90s. Was not there because of work life. For me, I think I'd used other people's Amigas. I did have Amiga for a while, but it was just for gaming. But wasn't I didn't I did have it for a while for a little bit for gaming. It was only for a couple of weeks, and then I think I did have the Amiga emulator because I was still into all the games at one point. And then when I finally got my first Amiga, it was in the 2000s, so I kind of missed it. I Did I miss it? I mean, I suppose you could say I did in some respects because I didn't have all the games. I remember the person that I go to see who'd added Amiga, and they got remember when they played Monkey Island 2 for the first time. I don't remember Monkey Island 1. I probably did see him play that, but I can't remember if he did or not. And then there was one where he got this Mega Demo disc. Well, it was discs, and it was Pink Floyd's The Wall, but it was as a demo thing that you could watch. I remember that because I think he was on a couple of discs that he had. Yeah, that's all I remember from that early on. I think everybody else that had been using the other computers, which were, I think there was one person with an Amiga that I knew of, and two that had Atari STs. So I played similar games on all of them because Amiga had similar stuff to the ST at that point. But I think the ST did kind of dabble in some 8-bit games as well as 16-bit games. So I think the ST also had both versions of Nightmare, I think. Sure, it had an 8-bit version and a 16-bit version. But I think there were a lot more conversions of 8-bit stuff on the ST than there were the Amiga. I could be wrong here. But yeah. I guess tasks is the most interesting. Oh, on this one, yeah. Got back to Amiga in December 2004 via emulator. Joined the forum and stood working 500. So my first Amiga was this one that's in the Checkmate because it had a Dicky power plug. Well, it seemed to do at the time. I don't know if I got it fixed or not. Essentially, what had happened was I paid for one on eBay. It didn't turn up, so I went and bought another one, and they both came at the same time. So, so I now got a 1200, and the Wedge 1200 is great to keep around for if you've got one accelerated. It's always good to have a spare stock one, so you don't have to keep taking the accelerator card out. Because sometimes you can find that some programs don't run well on accelerator cards, like I found during this. And I got a 600 because I think it was the time I had lost power packs to the Amigas. So I went around looking for another one, and I thought, I think I researched it. The 1200 power pack could also be used as. No, that was it. I was just looking for the power pack. Came across someone who was selling just Amigas, no power packs. I sold one with, I think, the 1200 power pack, and it was Amiga 600. So I took that with me. And now I've got the 600 with me now. So the 600 is good for. I suppose the 600 is good for the 500 because it technically is a 500. It's kind of like a bit more advanced 500 with an IDE. I think that's what you'd say. I think that's right, but it just doesn't have the keyboard number pad. Built for Win UAE. I don't know what my last 20 years would have been like. So when I'd hang on a minute, let me see if I can find it. So I had to rebuy this again, but when I got that 97 PC, I got this with it, which is Spectre Classics 2000. Has loads of Spectrum games on the CD, including emulators for the. It says at the back here, Acorn, Atari ST, and Amiga. We have had a stream where I've gone through some of the emulators on this, and it's down there. So there was another CD which was the Amiga emulator one. I will have to dig it out at some point. But what I will do is, I think I do have. Where is my archive.org? I'll have to dig it out later. So I did upload the Amiga emulator CD onto my archive.org, which you can find and download and whatever. Fellow, yeah, that was, I do remember Fellow. Fellow you'd never hear anything of now, I don't think, because that was the second one that was on there. And I think I looked at both and found Win UAE much easier to use, and then I just stuck with that. But I've got my account up now. Since I'm on my other browser. There we go. There you go, that is my upload for the Amiga emulator CD that I had back in those days. So have a nosy at that. Right, what are we up to? Zip mount. Zip mount readme. Zip guide plus Mac IBM mount lists. Mount list use PC and Mac formatted iOmega zip disks with your Amiga. Cross Mac on cross DOS needed. Now with more zip drive, installing instructions and operating details. Essential download for every zip user. So that CD is for the Amiga emulator from my 97. It's from 1997, but it's for Amiga. For the Amiga, sorry. It's the Amiga. It's for. Let me start this again. So that CD is what I got on my 97 PC. It's for the PC, IBM PC. It's for, it says minimum for like 486, but it's an Amiga emulator. It's got very early versions of WinUAE and Fellow. I'm not sure if it's got WinFellow on it. You'll have to have a nosy through that, but that's for the Amiga. It is the Amiga emulator, but that's what I mean. Sorry if I got tongue-tied there. What are we on? 132. So I did say we'd get to, I think music will be next week then. So we did get through all these. So I've got a feeling we'll probably next week get... We might actually get this folder done by next week. Yeah, once we get this folder done, we can have a look at reader stuff, and then I think we can move on to CD15, finally. Okay, let's do a bit of demo scene. Part of the stream where I show up for a bit and just let you listen to cook some good stuff, as long as it works. Actually, where was I last week? Not last week, 2 weeks ago. Because I think there was some that weren't working properly. Let me just double check. I do like the fact that I back these up. So at least I know where I'm up to when I'm missing a couple of streams. Oh yeah, there was that one that had the interesting sort of twirly thing. What was that? Yeah, Colorado. We'll have to wait until because I've got when I've finally done Deuteros, then I think we've got the Stranger CD, which is I think that's like a Renegade ripoff, and then I think it might be Colorado after that. Figure out everything that I've had the patience for. I do try, to be honest with you. I mean, I've put up with quite a few games. I think the only one that I have kind of decided not to sort of semi rage quit was Lord of the Rings. And Lord of the Rings was nice. It was just, like I said, just too rigid. Really not great in the manual, like I was saying before, how it's saying that, oh, don't get the hobbits into a fight. It's like, it's an RPG. You'll give me counters every so often. Like, what do you expect me not to do? Just give me a second. I think I know where we're up to. Ah, that's right. Okay. Right, I know where we are. Excellent. How far I'm into Deuteros. So we've basically, with Deuteros, where we're up to. So the biggest problem I found with Deuteros at one point until we got back to it was not dying to the Methanians, I think it was. And I finally got to the point where I've got a battleship that's got 200. And that's the max you can have 200 drones. Because I think what I did off stream was I'd got enough methane, hydrogen, and MEH fuel from Venus and or Earth to all the other colonies and just basically filled it up to its max. And that helped a lot. And then I think I'd managed to finally get to the point where I could keep playing. I'd still get attacked every so often, but keep playing enough that it wasn't too much of a pain in the ass. I think that's what we got up to on that one. I've lost a couple of stations, but that's because just being attacked every so often, I think. This one I'd seen. Yes, that was the last one we looked at. So we've got Gas 95. These versus France. Let's see what works and what doesn't. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, did just wonder whether me putting cash back on again would mean the AGA books would run. Probably not. Worth a try. Just got to know what setup is expected for the year release or later hardware and also. But this is running the So just to give you an idea, this is what Checkmate Amiga is on. So it could be it doesn't like the 1230 accelerator, which I've seen it before. That's why the Amiga, is it Deluxe carts, didn't want to work properly. But when I stuck it on a 1200, it was fine, so it could be something to do with that. I might need to restart this again. Maybe I need to do another restart, but what was being said? Yeah, really nice that demo. Got first place even though it didn't feature a Taurus. The one with the bit where it makes it into my first thought was um a big version of what's the thing in Tron? Is it bit the That's what I thought anyway. But yeah, I mean, even though it didn't have FTPU, this machine, not yet anyway. At some point in the distant future, it will do. I don't think it did too badly. See if I can get second place running. Alright, that's going to be a no for that. That's a handy no cache, no burst. I just type it. Shouldn't need it for demos of this era. 94, yes. Yeah, I just turn those off because it's I just turn it off because usually I can get demos running without the cache. Right, okay, we'll come back to demos next week then. At least we got to see a couple, or at least one. Couple? Yeah, we got to see a couple, so that's fine. Right, let's move on to Deuteros. Try to remember what I was up to. Right, so this was the test we did, and it worked out okay. So, 76. So we're doing lots of drones. Got Mercury. I just realised you got very little crew. Excuse me. Sometimes turn off cache for some stubborn WHD games. Yeah, you can do that in the tooltip. Usually a few OCS games and 060. Ooh. Apologies, I didn't realise that the ads was on. I think because my pop thing is over the the pop thing here that's over the screen, so I can't see it properly. But you didn't miss much anyway. So basically, I've just loaded up Deuteros, and we couldn't get another demo running. So, just trying to remember what I'm up to. So we had to rebuild Venus. I think I was trying to get this running. could not remember how it was doing. You cannot refuel. Oh. Can't remember which way this is. Is it likely our colonies have the same extraterrestrial resources if we can find the warmongers and barbarians for long enough. Probably not in my lifetime. There is some dystopian sci-fi which also predicts apocalypses or cocooning on a default planet. Not the one there's plenty of sci-fi, but I can't think of one like that. Yeah, but I'm not expecting any spacefaring in my lifetime. Not with the way things are going. Venus should have some. Aluminium and copper, great. Interesting that Curry's got 500 copper. Unless I deposited that there, maybe. What's on? Oh. Wondered what was stopping it. I have a raid from Jerona Joe.
is this allowed?
Hello there, Antaeus. Hello there, Joanna Joe. Thank you for the raid. Thank you everyone for popping in from Joanna Joe's channel. Also, thank you for the follow. So this is my Amiga Monday. I do 3 things on Amiga Monday. I look at Amiga format CDs, and they contain lots of things. So back in the day, it was just disc, and you were going to get like a couple of games and maybe some productivity. With CDs, you've got lots of games and emulation and productivity and stuff like that. So there's a lot of it in there. So it can take me over a month to get through it all. I've started to find I found a demo scene CD, so I've been going through that through the months as well. And there's also this game I'm playing at the moment. I'm trying to finish, but it's been very difficult in some respects. I'm just trying to get to a point where I can get a bit more progress with it, which is what I'm doing at the moment. I've also got a new channel redeem for 500, which is Mondays only. That gives me 30 minutes to play Archipelago. So if at any point in the stream you want me to just do that, go and redeem that as a channel point, and I can do Archipelago instead for a bit. I've only got, I think there should be only 2 redeems for the entirety of that, just so that it doesn't completely disrupt everything. But yeah, that's what's there. Thank you very much, Antaeus, for the suggestion. I yearned. Oh, you were doing Minecraft with Antaeus. I do need to get back to my Minecraft thing. Basically, one of the things I did was I don't know whether I showed Antaeus this, but I basically built this a street of the centre of Manchester in there. Do I still have it? I don't know if I still have it. Yeah, a while before I can remember how to log in. Minecraft Monday. Yep, we're in the future colonizing. So basically, this is a sequel to Millennium 2.2. So Millennium 2.2 had you a scientist on the moon, and you watched your planet Earth get decimated by an asteroid, I think it was. And then you had to basically get back to Earth and recolonize it. But in the way you had to do that, I think you had to kind of colonize everywhere else. And during this colonization, certain people mutated depending on where they were going. And one of the mutations was Methanians for people who were in the Jovian system, I think. So this game picks up about 1,000 years after you finish the first game, and you've redone or once the Earth is more habitable anyway, and yeah, so it picks up from there basically. Joe's going to make his hometown to posh place in Yorkshire. Class of high society area of Bradford. Okay. Fair enough. At the moment, I'm trying to get these working again, and I was trying this last week, and I couldn't remember. I'm sure it's got something to do with the R-frame, but I can't think of how it was done. I need to get... I need to get people trained again. Still one bit not on fire. Just click on my print of a Dead Space gauntlet. Quite sure what you mean by that. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Oh, just check on the printer of right. I see. I misread what you said. No problem. So those two are up. Just lift off. You're going to need to go back to. Ah, fuck. Curry is under attack. Feed Alpha crying out loud. Just got Venus kind of up and running. Venus is gone now. Luckily I'm fine. It's this part now, so I can just about get it so that I can still pretty much survive, but it's a bit no problem for the look. Actually, 3D printing is very sci-fi, but I'll definitely get to the point where something like a fabricator in sci-fi games will be available as a product. You print like a tool with metal, yeah. So, as I was explaining before in the first game, when you went and colonized other planets, there were certain times where you had mutations, I think, of those members. So these are the perks that the mutations. So the methanoids are the ones that have been attacking you at the moment. When you read the blurb for the game in the manual, it talks about I think how the Methanians got really aggressive with people. So the Earth was mostly left alone. It was the other ones. So you had the Methanians and the Uranians for Uranus, and there were a couple of others as well, I think, in there. But they were kind of like part of maybe like Neptunians or something weird like that. I can't remember 100% what the mutations were, but at least a couple of them. And they kind of grew into their own things for the 1,000 years between the first game and this game. There's no way I'm going to be able to make a... Because I reckon the next one's going to get attacked as one of these two. So I definitely need another one of these ships. You know what? The moon is under attack. Of course it is. Mercury's under attack. Might as well bugger off back home. Right, new strategy. Just gonna build more of these. And then when I move the next thing over, I'm just gonna leave one of these. So, sorry, I'm not explaining it properly. So I'm gonna build another battleship. That battleship is gonna sit over the next thing I make. So I'm gonna redo Venus again, but I'm gonna have that just sitting there. So hopefully it should make things a bit easier for me to protect them, rather than me having to fly my craft over all the time. Might be an idea. I mean, at Twitch Manchester on Friday, I had no idea that was going on. Earth is under attack. Fuck, how many? Winning? That was close. Okay, that's another one ready. Duck. You can wait for reinforcements. I need to make another one of these. Right, so this is going to be the tools. So I've got to redo Venus again. Need more OF frames. Three. Four. 6. 7. 8. 2 of those. Excellent. Okay. Oh, you need pilots. do that. You guys go at Venus. You're staying there. That stupid browser looked. I'll do you and just go about Twitch meetup, maybe out tickets. Formats of Polygonus, yeah, it just depends on money and stuff. So yeah. But yeah, the Twitch one I didn't know about on like the Friday. Where is it gonna be? I'm assuming it's tickets. I'm assuming it's gonna be somewhere in Manchester. Because wasn't it going to be in Bury or something? Because wasn't it Middle Age Gamer that was doing that sort of thing? Arcade Club, yeah, I thought so. Actually, I'm going to need... Keep pressing the wrong thing. Thomas is in Liverpool this time, in a place that doesn't have real arcade machines. Okay. I thought the whole point of him going to Arcade Club was that made sense. Okay, whatever. Maybe they want a bit more kind of convention based, but that doesn't make sense. Oh, whatever. I don't know. I need product. Back on production. I knew that was going to happen. Rather than being at the arcade club in a place called Arcane's, which is the old Cane's Brewery, they use Pandora Box arcade machines. Okay. Is that the arcade stick that's got all the arcade stuff in it? I think that's the one that I vaguely remember was called Pandora. Not the handheld, obviously. There's them in the whole arcade cabinet using the same tech. Oh, okay. Arcades are cool. Something about walking into a place with like 20 cabinets playing attract sounds and glow. Yeah. They're all team one board. Okay. Right, so I've got... Problem is when you set this stuff up originally, and you spend ages trying to work everything else out, you kind of forget what you're supposed to do next. So I've moved the artisans over, that's the production team. I've moved the flight crew over there for the shuttle to go up and down. I think... But I still need some... Yeah, I still need some supply pods. Because Venus does not have anything in the way of... One of these. That means that I'm gonna fix it to here. And then we can do some cargo runs between Venus and Earth. I need this one, this one, I think this one. Titanium, aluminum. can get 9,801 for $60. Oh, they yeah, okay. We are hoping for the other one. Is there? It's just being crappy with the, or you're being unlucky with the, randomness. Oh shit, there's no fuel. Because Venus doesn't have any fuel yet. Methane, hydrogen, MH fuel. I mean, Venus has its own, but at the moment can't get any. It's under attack. Shit. Shit. Let's redo this again. What are we on? 258. Because there ain't no way I could keep Venus. No, I can't keep Venus going. Yeah, because as soon as you lose Earth, that's it, it's dead. I don't know, because they had a few. So maybe I stick to that idea. Instead of just ignore Venus for now. Because I've got plenty of fuel. Like Mars' final attack in MTU2, they seem to have loads. Yeah, but by that point I had such a big force. I think I managed to curb stomp them practically easily. And I wasn't that bothered about it, if you remember. Well, let me... We already knew that I'm being defeated. Come on, let's go. Oh, it's just gonna keep... Let me redo this. Good thing I saved it. No, I do have a save. And let's see if my plan works. because this is a little far back, so that's far enough at the moment. So if I... Earth is easily producing stuff. That's what we're going to do. I've got enough time to do this, I think. iOS. Yeah. Go off to bed. Need to be in some sort of shape tomorrow. No problem. Thank you for popping in, Photon. Oh, I see. You're at Mercury, right? I see. That's fine. say. I don't know whether I still technically have those. I do. I don't know if I've got to put 3 on. I'm just going to do it anyway and see what happens. So I've got to get at least 1 on to put the drone on. Apologies again for missing the ad break, but I've not done much. You've not missed much, and I've not done anything. Might notice me not doing anything. So, at the moment, engine is not installed. Oh, of course it isn't. Is now. Wait for this to increase. $50. So you're at Mercury, you're Earth, you're Earth. So you can go to Venus. Korea's under attack. I'll leave that to die, that's fine. Venus. Yeah, losing this one. I might have to do this off stream just to get, you know, my idea anyway of what I'm thinking of. I'm sure it's possible, just might have to be courier. The moon is under attack. We've got nothing supporting the moon. Mercury. We're losing this one first. But lucky if I survived this. It's a bit unfair that I decided to go down the hole. Here we go. Yeah, I decided to go down the protection route, and they've just increased all their firepower. When last 2 times I was fine with just one. So just taking all my crafts now. Really just trying to decimate everything. Right, here we go. Got a chance. Nope. Not a chance. Oh, that girl Joey just popped in. Hello there, Joey. You've just caught me. It's like my tether on this game. My turns catch up at the end. Yeah, possibly. I might have one more go at this. So I've been saying that I've been playing this game at the moment. I'm trying to get this a little bit further on. I was just about to give up, and you guys have just popped in. So I thought, you know what? Whilst you're here, let's show you where I'm up to. I see losing. I was okay before you came in. It's all your fault, and Tears have decided. Just kidding. Yeah, it is a stupidly hard game. It's taken me a while to get my head around it. I prefer the first one because it's a bit more simpler. I mean, I don't hate this version. I just find it to be, like Antia said, difficult. You know what? Let me. I wonder whether adding a crew is going to make any difference, but I don't think it would. So that's at full at 200 now. Go back to Mercury. So I've fully stocked the other ones. That cannot really be beaten, or it shouldn't be beaten. And then we're gonna. Oh, you've done Archipelago. Alright, fair enough. Tell you what, let me save this as. That. Okay, so Antaeus has done a new redemption that I've put on the channel. Basically, what it is I came up with the idea when I was on Nag Graham's channel. Some of you may have been on Nag Graham's channel. He's part of the Norwich Amiga group, and I suggested Archipelago for him, and an idea popped into my head because I don't have much in the way of channel redeem points of me at any point being able to play this this Archipelago game. The thing about the Archipelago game is it's 9,999 levels, so it makes it a good candidate to do that sort of redeem. So I was going to do it a level at a time, but because I know this game fairly well, especially the easy levels, they'll go quite quickly, so it makes no point in me doing one level at a time at this point anyway. I might change it later on once we get to the longer levels, but at the moment I might as well just do 30 minutes. So let me accept that. We're on 22 minutes past. Who watches that channel? I can't get past she is twatty mod. Okay. If it was censored, I saw it. So this game is quite simple to play. I can get past that. So I think I've already played this before because when I press return, I can go up to level 20. I think I last played this quite a few, probably a year or so ago. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna start from the beginning. I need to remember where everything is. So I need to put something on this channel where it says Archipelago 2, so I actually know where it is. Thank you for the follow there, Juka Silver. So let's start the first one. Okay, for those of you not played, this thing, if you sit right next to it, it will kill you because it moves forward. And I've hit the right mouse button because I can turn quite quickly. If I press it again, I've got free ability to move. I can move this left and right, but it's quite slow. And once you got one of those coming towards you, you don't want to kind of be too slow here. So let's get these eggs. That's the whole point. And then go to the obelisk. Get there, and we're done. So the idea is you've got eggs at the bottom right, you've got to clear them all. Now, on these archipelagos, the first couple ones, they're mostly easy, but it gets to the point where some eggs are on different islands, and you've got to connect the islands to actually be able to destroy the eggs. That uses mana, and mana is... I'll show you what to eat for the mana. Say eat, consume, I don't know what else you'd say about it. So this here, you can see that little bar that goes up, that's your kind of, say mana type thing. But you don't need it at this point, because you just need to find the eggs. The other one. No. Oh, by the way, what you're playing, Joey? You're just playing some random stuff. Any good games on there, on today's channel? Sorry. Any good games you found today, Joey? careful as well, because if you click in the wrong place. There. The obelisk. There. Right, so there's the egg over here. I got a feeling. Oh, I can do it. I thought I couldn't do it. I was gonna say no, you can't do it. This one is the wheel map. There's the obelisk. Two left. 10 minutes in and we're on level 7. Right, so you have to be on green. Remember where the obelisk was? Ah. Killed by the blood thing. Decided to come down here first. Makes it easy because I know the obelisk is on the other part. Left. Was a key to bring up the map, but I can't remember which one it was. I think it's one of the function keys. Thank you, Mitch. Create land, disinfect land, map. See, I could have disinfected around there, but it just was easier just to get through. F2, that was it. F3 U-turn. Okay. That's the map. If you happen to disinfect, you've already lost. I suppose if you've got loads of those that are just everywhere that you kind of stuffed. Ah, that's where you are. Let's go north. Pretty sure. There we go. Saving up to kill a stream. How many points have you got so far? Not enough. There we go, this is the EastEnders map, because it says EastEnders on it, and it kind of does the shape of the river in London. I'm guessing that's what it is, unless they've mapped out the street, but it's unlikely, I think. For those of you who aren't UK residents, EastEnders is a soap in the UK, centred around East End of London. Think. Yeah, see that? That is because this island is not connected to the other one, This is where I'm going to have to start creating islands. Remember, it all has to be green. There you go. That one I needed to connect. EastEnders is really dark, depressing stuff about London, but it's usually kids getting stabbed or getting into drugs. That's at least half us. Yeah, pretty much. That's EastEnders for you. So we're 20 minutes in, just over, and Archipelago 11. Oh, okay. Connecting. Smashing through this at the moment. And I've got about 3 minutes left. Oh, this thing. So this thing, as you can see, takes away bits of the floor. Another 30 minutes. I'll have to make this the last 30 minutes then. Yeah, I did put a cooldown on that. I think I put it as 30 minutes. Oh. Oh, it's got to connect to the obelisk chasm. There we go. Get back to chat in a moment. I'm just there's another one there. Right. Just redeem mixtures for another 30 minutes. So technically it stopped. Yeah, so if I do this for another 10, 20, 30. So yeah, I'll finish it in 30 minutes then. Puts me to 33. of more eggs in this one. Yeah, it's UK. So we got one on the Isle of Wight there. Nothing on the ass end of Norwich. Or the ass end of the UK, which is pretty much Norwich. We're in Wales at the moment. Nothing up north. Into Scotland. Right, where's the last one? Go. Oh. That'll be why. Still doesn't do anything. Luckily I didn't die there. Boom. $16. And in 2 minutes. Because I don't think I can pause this. Damn it. Obelisk, where have you gone? There we go. No problem, thanks for popping in onto this. I got 20 minutes, I think. I'm not doing too badly. Out 9,999 levels. Really? It's connected to the obelisk, isn't it? There we go. What's this called? Oh. Hmm? Is this not connected? Oh, wait a minute. Monster things have changed the land. Yeah, like I said, the eyes that come up and down, they're the ones that they can disconnect parts of the land, so you gotta be careful. Okay, that was a bad move. Bacon cuts. killed by a poison egg. Ignore those. Okay, no problem, Mitch. Thanks for popping in. And apologies for not checking chat and stuff, but this game does demand my attention sometimes. Ooh. That was a bit freaky. Poisoned egg that kind of poisons the land. Not a good thing. Get anywhere. That'll be the monster game. I don't know what they're called. Yeah, Twisted Necromancer, that's the one. Oh. Okay. Must have gotten the wrong part with by mistake. Start here. Actually, I don't want to connect this one because I think if I connect to here, that's why the egg does what it does. Too late, it's done it now anyway. Where's the obelisk gone? Okay, so this one's a difficult one. Right, let's locate where it's gone. It's on the feet, I think. So it's kind of cut off. The feet to the right's cut off. Twisted necromancers. Hopefully that should be okay still. Still be enough connection to the land. Maybe not. Trying to get enough mana to heal the land. Good thing that these come back up so that I can get at least a bit more mana coming through. Way at the legs. I don't think I can kill the necromancers. Damn it. This is gonna be a tough one. As soon as you come in, you get two issues. You get necromancers chewing away at that part of the land, and then you've got the poison egg, which just decimates everything, which makes this a lot longer to get through. Right, okay, I think that's 30 minutes in. Was it 53? 03, 13. Yeah, that's enough. I think that's right for the hour's worth of Archipelago. But the good thing about that, it saves, so I can just type in 20. We can go straight to that, and that's what I wanted to test. If it remembered everything, so hopefully it keeps remembering levels, but it's probably going to take me another hour to get through that particular level. Right, I think that is going to be it for today. So thank you everyone for popping in. Thank you very much for the raids from Girona Joe and that girl Joey. I hope you guys from that girl Joey's channel had fun over there. Let me just double check what was mentioned. Yeah, I did mention that I wasn't quite sure whether so the redeem, I might push the redeem a bit more than 30 minutes, but I wanted it so it was only 2 redeems per stream, and that's what I wanted. So you could only get no more than an hour. So yeah, that's fine. I was happy with it. Talk about Premier Manager. Right, okay, no problem. Just wanted to catch up with the chat. Anyway, so thanks everyone for popping in. It's been a good stream. I'd really need to go, and if I get the chance over the Easter holidays, because we in the UK have Easter that starts on Friday and finishes Monday, which typically means no work. But whether anybody asks me for work over those few days, I don't know. We'll have to see. If not, I'll try and for next Monday see if I can get at least the Deuteros part of the stream running with at least 3 battleships, maybe, protecting 3 areas, and see how that works. I don't know how well it's going to work, but we'll have to see, really. I'm pretty sure I should have got other people producing, other areas producing ships. Maybe that's my issue. Yeah, maybe I need to look into that. I don't know. I will have a look at it anyway. Other than that, I will. Let me just. Where's my stream ending? There we go. So I will be back tomorrow with Exile Escape from the Pit. For those of you that don't know about that, it's a 1995 RPG, an indie one. It's taken me about over a year to get to where I'm up to at the point, because it's quite big, and the way you interact with people, there isn't like a talking tree. It's kind of, you read a text and then you type in what you think will get them to divulge any more information or anything like that. So that's been a little bit of a struggle, but it's not too bad. I've been enjoying the combat and stuff in there. It's really, really nice for that sort of thing. So that's tomorrow. Friday we play Myth the Fallen Lords, so that's kind of like medieval style versus the undead. We're about over halfway, I think, on that game now. And then Sunday is Death Trap Dungeon, another one we're doing quite well with. But I think we just got to the Belfry part of the. It says it's the Belfry, but apparently you've got the castle there, so I thought a belfry was part of a cathedral. Or maybe it's a bell tower, isn't it? Either way, whatever. So that's on Sunday anyway, and then we'll come back to this, which is Amiga format CD14. We're still on a bit of demo scene and Deuteros, and if I get redeems on the Monday, they'll probably be more Archipelago. So let's go and see who's available for raiding. Let's go and raid King of Epoch. He's playing the Sega Genesis game of The Incredible Hulk. I've not seen that game. I think I've seen reviews of it. I think it's a Pantheon Saga. Is it that one? Or is that the one from the Sega Saturn? Not sure. Anyway, he's just starting, I think. Yeah, we'll be starting in about a minute and 20 seconds. So let's go raid. Let's go raid King of Epoch. There we go. And I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. If not, well, you see my schedule over here, and I'll see you later. Bye.